Golly gosh. Look at that. A raid coming in. How you doing, Temptic? And Carney. How are we? The double raid. Me do this. Oh, I may have errors in my overlay. Whoops. I'm doing good, Temptic. I'm starting my stream a bit earlier than normal because for the next 2 weeks, my ISP is doing work in the area to make sure the connection is more stable. So, ironically, my internet may drop randomly throughout the day. Somewhere between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. the internet could go down, which is annoying because I normally start streaming at 7 a.m. As you can see up here, it's 6:45 a.m. After raid and run, have a good one, Temptic. Carney, tell us what yous were up to on stream. How you doing, Sammy? How you doing, Chillaby? Oh, look, it fell. The sphere fell off. Did you see that? I managed to get this multicolor stuff working yesterday. Yeah. There goes his internet. Nah, my internet's still here. My internet's still going. I think that was you, Temptic. You're stuck in an ad? We'll wait for you, Chillaby. How you doing, Nox? I love how YouTube automatically translates yo into they. Well done, YouTube. Well done, YouTube auto translation. But yeah, today we're just tinkering with shaders in Raylib again. So was playing Mecha Chameleon the first hours, then was swapping over with my new little project, a multiplayer overlay RPG. Nice. Nice. Imagine stream avatars, but as RPG, and you take your avatar with you through the streams. Nice. Nice. Was tinkering with art pipelines. Want to see progress? I do want to see progress, Carney. I do want to see progress. Actually, Carney, you're a VTuber, so I've got I've had an idea for something that will push VTubing and stuff into the next level. I need to do some market research and stuff before I reach out to the companies, though, so... Ooh. Nice, you got your... Now, this here, are these shadows dynamic, or have you drawn them in? Your boredom is cured, Cam? A 295 stream streak. Well done, Sammy. Dynamic, nice. I love it. That's very nice. Very nice. Thanks for the lurk, Cam. It's a fancy shader. Ooh, fancy. Carney, you know about the, about these things, I assume. There's like different companies that put out this type of stuff here. Yeah. Like allows you to move around. You want to have one. My idea, Carney, is to create something that works with something like Slime VR or Flux Pose or HTC Vive trackers and stuff like that, so you have the motion capture. Combined with this, and you have like a 3D environment that you as the streamer can actually like move around in. And then you could set it up where like people in chat could like, not really VR chat. No, so VR chat's like an entirely online sort of multiple people coming in to do that. I want it to be specifically focused with like the streaming side of things. Yeah. And then instead of viewers joining, like you could have other streamers join you and stuff like that, but it would be like you have interactions and stuff that chat can do. Yeah. So yeah, chat can spawn a bunch of people to raid your area. Like when you get a raid, a bunch of people spawn to raid your area, and you, as the streamer, actually fight them off. Or whatever you want it to be. Yeah. Stuff like that. It is extremely niche. It is extremely niche. Basically VR chat for streamers. So it's a different software. Like... I've never played with VR chat, to be honest. I've never wanted to be online with a bunch of other people. Yeah. It feels weird being in a VR environment. What up, dang good games? How you doing? What were you up to today? You'll notice that I've gotten rid of the raid alert stuff, so we don't have sirens blaring every time someone raids in. I got sick of that pretty quickly, so figured I'd get rid of it. I loved it because I could represent what I want to be. That's fair. That's fair. Getting a changelog view added into the game so people can easily see what's what. Nice. Nice. You release an update and it pops up and it's like, these are the changes. Smart. Very, very smart. Well, yeah, like for everyone that's come in, I've been trying to get this shader working for so long. So, yeah. It's finally worked. Like if I change this to just be 0. Yeah. So good. People was taking notice of me like I was representing. Can't imagine how much prejudice it took if someone makes the look of someone makes. Yeah. So there's this thing like people are like, don't judge a book by its cover. However, judging a book by its cover is literally a survival instinct. It's like it's how when you look at, if you look at a bunch of bikies wearing leather and they're like real huge, they've got like face tattoos and stuff, you're like, I'm gonna steer clear of those people. I'm gonna stay away. Or you look at a reptile that's like very bright, and it's like, that's probably poisonous. I'm gonna steer clear of that thing. I'm not gonna eat that because I'll die. There. People just use it in the wrong situation. Yeah. I will always judge a book by its cover. Really curious what the solution was. So we've got this. The UV is the GL frag cohort XY divided by this resolution XY. That resolution XY is set here. So we have this shader, like get shader location for the U resolution, and we set it to the screen height and screen width. If I alter this, so that it's like so, and we rebuild. And see how now it's all yellow. And there's like a little bit of green appearing down here. Yeah. And you undo that. You make. Right again. There it is. So it's like, yeah. Yeah. Throw yourself into bed, you get that sleep, Carney. I myself have just woken up. I'm on my first coffee of the day. Yeah. I will enjoy the rest of my stream, Carney, which may be all of 5 minutes, or it could be 8 hours. Who knows? We'll see when they decide to shut my internet off today. I think there's a typo in the pinned message. Stream my randomly end. That's true. That's true. There is. There we go. Thank you, Chill. Much appreciated. So this here. What we could do. Thank you. No worries. What we could do here. Because it does, like, it doesn't look right still. Like, I would expect this to be, like, bright green, this to be bright red, this to be black. Yeah? But it's not. It's not. So you see this goes from -4 to 4 on the height. Let's see. Yeah, that's still not it either. To try to get on with my game dev work, get on with it. Maybe we've got UVX, UVY, and that's 0, which means down in the bottom left corner it should be completely black, right? Nah, hang on. That's right. Because I want it to be the distance from the. So in the center, it would be like orange-ish sort of thing. Green, red, black, yellow. And then that like fades to black on both those edges. If we want to do that, I would have to do. Because the UVX goes from 0 to 1. The UVY goes from 1 to 0, I think. Which is weird. Very weird. What, Sammy? What? What are you complaining about? It's back? It never went. Orcris, that was already pinned. What are you doing? It hiccuped for a second. I was so worried. It wasn't. It was. I pinned it. There was another typo. Steam may randomly add. Yep. It's not even 7 a.m., alright? I'm allowed typos. I'm allowed typos at this early in the day. Jesus Christ. May have been on my end. I think it was, because I've got other streams open as well. So as soon as my internet goes down, those streams are going to stop playing. So I'm going to know immediately when my internet drops. See, this is why I watch other people's streams. So that I know when my internet goes... Yep. I think this needs to be... We need like a distance from the center. No, we need a distance from the corner, from the bottom left corner. Or have it angle based. I don't know, how do we make it look proper? I think because yeah, that doesn't. Oh, hello. What up, Stefan? How we doing? I would expect that to be pure black, right there in that corner. I want to check. If I double these. See how it's closer. So it's only taking the center. But it's basically up here is pure green. Down here is pure red. Over here is pure black. So I want to take that and I want it to be done over just the triangle area. Like just that triangle box. But whenever I do that, it throws it out of whack. And I think to do that, because this GL frag coord XY, I want to go. So we have resolution. We can have like size. Don't need any of that. We go float size 2 is screen width 0.3 because it's 0.3 over both halves, top and bottom, which means when you combine it all together, it's still just 0.3. Screen height by 0.4. We do set shader value on shader of size lock with size and a shader uniform vec 2. And now I'm purple. I'm in the game designing part of game. It's something. Yes, the game designing part is very weird. It's very weird and odd and strange and yeah. You have all these ideas and then you like think about it for 5 minutes and you go, hang on. None of this works cohesively together. There's just a random mishmash of stuff. At least in my experience, that's what it's like. Then you gotta filter out the things that do make sense. And okay, so if we do this, then we go... so we have that UV. So I think that would be screen UV. We've got to shrink it, which would be multiplied by a higher number. No, that would break everything. So yeah, that there is the screen UV. But we need to do something with the size. I've decided to make my city building game that is like Animal Crossing or Stardew Valley. I have played both of them before. Nice. Nice. So you know what works. You know what you would want changed and stuff like that. Let's think. So if we have the screen UV already, that's going to cover the entire window. But if we just want a subset of that, I would need to go if screen UV. Actually, let's just do UV and UV and change this to size XY. We go if UVX with the length of UV. If UVX is greater than 1, or UVY is greater than 1, or the length of UV is greater than 1, then we do frag color as a vec4. Make it completely transparent. Else we need this to go length UV. I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna work. Because it needs to be frag coord. Not that. This needs to still be resolution. Screen UV. Stutter. You stutter. Let's see. So if the screen UV, we need to get just the center. We would need to scale the screen UV. Or take a subset of the screen UV and scale that. When HR find your joke so funny, they want to hear it in person. What did you do, Cam? What did you do? G'day, Cam. Actually, who's playing today? France and Morocco. France and Morocco. I'm surprised no one scored a goal yet. Okay, so we want Morocco to win. No. Cam, I'm going to keep cheering for the team that you didn't put money on. Just so that you can eventually get to a point where you realize, you know what, gambling's not worth it. You didn't put money on it? Then why do you want France to win? You like the French? Well, that's a lie. Nobody likes the French. Especially people in the UK. I'd move to France if I could. No, I wouldn't. Nah. You shouldn't be taking days off. I'm going to. It messed my sleep schedule and my day schedule. Think about my tism. I am thinking about your tism. The thought is, I don't care. I can think about it and not care about it at the same time. Alright, so maybe the GL frag coord. I need to know. This is the most annoying thing. So I know what I want to have happen. I don't know how to get it to happen. So that's pure green. That's pure red. That's pure black. How do we get that to just be the triangle? How? We need to... Like, I need to scale... I need to scale the frag coord to be negative half the screen to positive half the screen, so we've got the center. As well as like negative, positive, or negative, positive, one of the two. Doesn't matter. So we do vec2 coords be GL frag coord minus half so we're shifting it. No, because the frag coord will start at 0, and then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. It's not the entire thing. That's what we want to do. We want to subtract half of the resolution. There we go. In my algo class, currently learning about trees. Ooh. Which type of trees? You're talking about oak trees? Are we talking about pine trees? Maybe the wattle tree? I gotta say, they're all good. They're all good trees. Maybe the cherry blossom tree? Binary trees. I don't think I know the tree. So you're just learning about binary trees, or are they taking you through like all the different type of trees? I remember learning about that stuff. I haven't remembered any of it, but I remember learning about it. If the absolute towards x is less than or equal to U size. X. And the absolute of coords y is less than or equal to U size y. That's when we're going to do something. How's the game looking so far? We've got our custom Godot build working. We've got the build that is exported from our custom Godot actually running without crashing, so it's referencing the custom nodes we've created and stuff like that. I've started doing some like base modeling of the area. So I've been getting all of this modeled out and like setting up some textures and stuff like that to kind of give us a general idea of how things are going to look, and like getting normal maps fixed up and things like that. As well as like cleaning up the geometry, getting UV layouts done and stuff like that. Having it all connect together and stuff. And yeah, that's... We spent a bit of time getting this window sorted out the other day. So I forget what that was attached to. Yeah, it was attached to that. They got like the observation walls there. That like... That'll be a window there that allows whoever's observing to like look over the player in their room down here. Stuff like that. So yeah. What is that? It is that. Seems like there should be something in front of that. There we go. But yeah, it's just been this type of stuff that we've been setting up. Making sure we've got an environment we can start working with, set the doors up in, stuff like that. I believe just this one for now, more later. Yeah, so that's going to be the main area. So that'll be the area that the player wakes up in whenever they load back into the game and stuff like that. And then there's going to be a hallway that they can like exit out into, and that hallway has like different doors that take them to different puzzle categories and stuff. So, no, we're not varying the color from the vertex shader. No, because like there's no vertex. Like it's... So we've just got this triangle here. We've got the 3 points. But every time I try to change it using the vertex color, like using the vertex shader, there's 3 vertices. But here's the thing, Orcris. Every time I try to do it with a vertex shader, it doesn't work. It just comes out as black. Nothing else. Like, or it just comes out as yellow or something. Yeah. So yeah, it's like how would you do it in a vertex shader? So if I just Um, let's see. 5D. Let's just go frag color equals color, and I'll have an in vec 4 of color. I'll open this one up. There should be a Raylib API for setting color for each vertex. Let's see. What up, Kleiner? 35k hot sauce. Let me just get this sorted for you. So Orcus, how would you expect it to be done? Because I can show you the Raylib API. But I've tried. I'll show you in a second. Hang on. Right. Thanks for the hot sauce here, McCory. Just pop into the Raylib cheat sheet here. Don't know a whole lot about this, but it looks pretty cool, so there's that. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're just tinkering around. We're learning about shaders and stuff with Raylib. So you've got this stuff here. So you've got draw triangle, where you give it three vectors, like the vertices, and a single color. And then you've got this one here, where you draw the lines, and you give it a single color. And then you've got these ones. I've tried using draw triangle fan, but draw triangle fan doesn't really give me what I'm after. So if I comment this out, and we go draw triangle fan, and then this one would be it says defined by points, first vertex is the center. So that's the center. And then we have the color as white, I guess. Three, two, one. Change this one to be green. Red, blue. So what? We want it to be 0.5. This height. Make it like 0.7. Would it be 0.7 or would it be 0.3 for it to be higher up? It has to be 0.3, right? Probably that's not the API I want to use then, but some lower level, like RL begin, RL color, RL vertex, RL end. So that there is if I want to use RLGL. But I don't want to use RLGL because that's only something that I can use with Raylib. I'm doing it this way. I'm using Raylib to draw stuff. But I want to do the shaders with just GLSL. That's it. Because then that shader logic that I learn, I can apply that to... I can put a GLSL shader into whatever engine I want. Yeah. This one here, we can go... Six, 5, 6, 5. What do you mean, no matching function? Because it wants that to be a reference? That why? Take that and go... vector 2. What do you mean? That's why. There we go. It's GLSL under the hood, yes, but it's Raylib on top of it. I just want to do the GLSL Orchrus. That's all I want to do. Like, I don't want Raylib abstracting anything away from the GLSL side of things, because then it's the same thing as trying to use Unreal Engine to learn C++. You're not really learning C++, you're learning the Unreal Engine framework that's built on C++. It'd be the same thing here. If I use RLGL, then I'm not really learning GL, like OpenGL, GLSL stuff. I'm learning the Raylib framework that is implemented using that. Yeah. So like that's why I've just got this stuff. Yeah, that's why I've got this fragment shader and why I've got this vertex shader. Orchrus, I know draw triangle is a Raylib thing, but I'm trying to implement a shader on top of that is pure GLSL. Yeah. Like, do you think that when I want to learn GLSL for a 3D model, that I'm not going to use something to render the 3D model and use GLSL over the top of that? Do you think I'm just going to use GLSL to render the entire 3D model? No, because that's stupid. That's not how things are done in the real world. I want the shader that's being applied to the things that I'm rendering to be OpenGL. That's all. This conversation has gotten to a point where I'm going to stop it because there's no point in continuing it. You know what I want to do. That's all. Drink some coffee? No. Like, being pedantic about that is just... it's pointless. It's a conversation for... It's designed to just be annoying. Yeah. Oh, fucking shut up, Orchrus. I don't care. Like, for fuck's sake. You know what I want to do, Orchrus. You're just arguing for the sake of arguing at this point. know what I want to do. Alright, so we have the coords of X and the coords of Y. So what was I doing here? We need this. Because, yeah, we're taking the absolute, so whether it's negative or positive, it doesn't matter. Then we have the UV. Which would not be that. That's not what the UV would be at this point. We need to take that. It would be... This here would need to be a scaled version of coords. So if we did it as a scaled version of coords, and that would also have to be over size. Let's think. To scale those coords to be... I would need to no. It's basically size, isn't it? Actually, no, it wouldn't even be size. Shit. That's not what I'd do. What up, K-Coke? How you doing? Because subtracting the half there, this UV size is the actual width. So I'd want that to be a half as well. I'm food. Oh, you're good. Right. I was concerned for a second there. I was very concerned for a second. I was like, your food? That... Is there a giant spider that's like wrapping you up? Like, what are you doing? Let's see. I see that you were concerned. Yep. I'm doing well, thank you, Orcrus. Oh, not Orcrus, K-Cog. I'm doing well, thank you, K-Cog. Fortunately, I'm not food. I'm good. That's true. It would be terrible if you were food. So, what do we do here? We have Vec2 UV. I need... So if the coords are less than or equal to half the size of the Y or the X, and the X, then it's within the area of the triangle. So now we need to scale the coords so that they are 0 to 1. We can't just do coords over size. Actually, I guess we could at this point. I guess we could at that point, because the coords are going to be within the range of this, so it is going to be 0 to 1 at that point, right? I think. Coords used uninitialized. What do you mean? Vector size mismatch. Arithmetic operator. Ah, it's because this needs to be XY. There we go. There we go. So now it's scaled. So now this shader does exactly what we want. Yes. Yes. I like it. Because that's 0. And that's 1. I'm pretty sure. No, 0 and 0 in these coords, apparently. So, lasagna. Holy shit, we've gotten through to the first ad break without the internet being shut off. Yeah. We've got an hour with the internet not dying. Yay! Yay! All right. So now, how do we have blue so it's only taking up its corner and not propagating out? I guess we would have to... (1.0f) minus be the length of UV minus 0.5 times 2. No. It does need to start at 1. There needs to be subtracting. Or something like that. I don't know. That's... Is it actually just the length of UV? Not quite. Not quite. Alright. Let's see if we can get words in today. Oh, God. There we are. Good stretch. Alright. Let's do this. Come on, Sammy. Let's see. I had no idea. What are the other words? That's a good question. I don't know. Alright. Lyra. Oh, yep. Yep. If there was another R, we could have Kerr, but... Oh, Lair. Yep. Calc. Ralk. Liar. Alright. Rail. Oh, nice. Well done. How did we miss Rail? There's so... Like, now that I'm seeing the words here, I'm like, how... At the start, how were we like, what the hell are these words? Curial, nice. I crack. Clack. Click. Clock. I don't know. Holy shit. You saved us with that last word, McCory. Oh. Oh, damn it. That's just ended. Oh, well. Let's see. Arrange. Sammy getting all the big words this morning. Ranger. Nice, nice. Rage. What about a rager? Love that you typed it in as a word. Come on, rager is totally a word. What about a granner? There's only one G, so we can't do Grange. Oh, rare. Rare. If there was an extra G, we could do Gengar. Take 2 days off and become horrible at words. Yep. Re-age. Eager. No. Ghana. Nice. Nar. Well, at least we got past it. Ooh, 2 levels that time. Damn. Damn, we're making big progress. Right, level 4 on the next ad breaks if we're still here. Alright, so. What else? That's applying blue everywhere. So that's getting us close. That's getting us close to the pure blue, pure red, pure green. That's going to give us a bad value. You see how it's like going all the way down here. What if I just do 2.5? Nah, because now it's got pink down there. He's still got pink down there too. So that's not... God, what's the math for that? If we're still here. Yes. Yes, if my internet hasn't been shut off by by the NBN. I still can't believe that. So I asked them. I asked my ISP what the upgrade was, like what they were doing, and they're like, "Oh yeah, so it's to make the internet in the area more stable, you know, so that it doesn't drop as often and stuff like that." I was thinking to myself, like, for me, it drops like it starts dropping like every 6 months, and then they just send someone out to fix it and done. We're back. We're good for another 6 months. Cool. How does that warrant 2 weeks of downtime, of potential downtime? Like for 2 weeks of work, I would hope that they are upgrading me from HFC to FTTP. You know? Like, that would warrant 2 weeks of work. But no. They'd rather waste their money. Bastards. So annoying. So annoying. I hear a truck out the front. So it could very well be sometime in the next 30 minutes that my internet goes down. So I was looking at the NBN rollout map the other week. And I was like, looking at the connections and stuff. And it's like, yeah, you've got NBN in your area. And I was like, but what type of NBN? You know? And it's like, I can't find the information again. But I remember having a look and being like, oh yeah, a block over from my house, a block over from where I live, there's fiber to the premises. But for me, it's HFC. It's like, you pricks couldn't just extend that an extra fucking block. Really? I hate you so much, NBN. The block over found oil. Oh. Oh, this one. Map of NBN technology in Australia. Essendon. Yeah, here it is. It's not even that. Oh, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Like, literally a few houses on the end of the block I live on have FTTP. A few of them are set to be upgraded soon to the FTTP, and it's like, why? Why are you just doing it like a couple houses at a time? Just do the entire block. Like, have you seen Obsession? I have not. I haven't seen Obsession. I haven't seen Iron Lung. I've not seen either of them yet. I do want to. You should watch both. I know, but that requires them being available for me to watch without me having to, like, pay extra on top of the subscriptions I'm already paying. Yeah. I'm not one of those people that has, like, I'm not one of those people that has, like, 12 different streaming services to be able to watch anything as soon as it comes out. I'll just wait for it to get to, like, Amazon Prime or something. So this here, it's giving us blue in the bottom left, but the blue is extending further than I want it to. Maybe I have to do it as, like, 0.33. I just pay for YouTube and Amazon myself. I don't pay for YouTube. Yeah. Let me copy this link and have a look at what you sent. Because I remember you sent something. It tells me that it's forbidden. That URL that you posted, Macquarie, that's forbidden. I can't view it. Oh, hang on, I think I know why. I want to copy the entire text. There we go. 0.2. XY chromatic diagram. Interesting. That's strange. I get it. I get it. You got red over there. The X there. You got the Y there. But yeah. Try to get most of my stuff on DVD or Blu-ray. You're not going to be able to get any of your stuff on DVD or Blu-ray in the next 5 years. Didn't you hear, Macquarie? Companies are starting to stop with that stuff. Shares familiarity with what you're rendering. Yeah. Like, I'm basically what I'm doing here is getting a better understanding of how UV calculations work and how to mess around with stuff by using these shaders and stuff like that. Because the next step after this is lighting, creating lighting effects. So, yeah, I need to understand this stuff a bit better before I get into trying to create a dynamic light and or sorry, a directional light and an omni light and stuff like that. Because the problem is that there is a package. There's like an RL lights or an R lights or something that you can get for Raylib, but that hasn't been updated in like 2 years, and Raylib's about to hit version 6.0. And it's like, I don't really want to use something that hasn't really been updated, because it's probably not going to work the way I want it to. But one of the things I'll need to do is create like some basic 3D models with some very basic PBR materials so that we can kind of tinker with the lighting. It's something I care about. I get physical media. That reminds me, I have the Elder Scrolls Anthology, like on disc. Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, all on disc. I've had them for so long. Which one's your favorite? It's Morrowind. Morrowind, of course. Especially when you put in the expansions for Morrowind as well. It's like the Morrowind expansions with the... Oh, what was it? Well, France won. What were the I'm trying to remember the Morrowind expansions. I know one of them introduced werewolves, and that was like the northern frozen island. It was kind of like off. Oh my god, what were they? Morrowind expansions. Blood Moon, that's the one. Tribunal. Yeah, Tribunal was the other. Walled City of Mournhold. Yep. Then Blood Moon. Like, look at this. Look at this. This game released in 2002. Yeah. The game was released in 2002. Tribunal was announced in 2002. And was on September 2nd, 2002, and released on November 6th, presumably of the same year. And Blood Moon was announced February 14th, 2003, and was released in May of 2003. So you had Morrowind released in 2002. The first expansion released in 2002. The second expansion released in 2003. These days, you've got to wait like 3 years for a goddamn expansion. See a lot of posts telling PS5 people to move to PC, and then always without fault. There's a comment underneath going, but that's still digital, it changes nothing, blah, 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 blah. Yet they fail to account for places like GOG, etc. True. True, they do fail to account for places like GOG and such. Because, yeah, it's like, you can Like, the good thing with GOG is you can download the installer off GOG, and you can put that on a USB or burn it onto a CD or something, you know, and then you have a copy of the installer for that game that is completely offline. So even if GOG goes down, you still have it. Wish I had unlimited storage space to back up my GOG library. There you go. 4.7 gigabyte DVDs, 50 pack, $23. Australian. And you have a Blu-ray, but there you go. Just, come on. Come on. A 10 pack only costs $11. But you know, that's what? That's a lot. It's a lot of space. Like, that 10 pack is 47 gig. 100 of them would be 470 gigs. So that's like, that 50 pack is going to be like 235 gig. And it's just the installers and stuff. What up, Sick? How you doing? Sicarius. People make fun of the security of a lock on a plastic container for DVDs, but DVDs can't be hacked from the other side of the world. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Actually, did you hear about the Bandai? I only heard about this recently. Did you hear about this? 15-year-old student arrested for using ChatGPT to hack Bandai Namco anime service and cancel over 45,000 subscriptions. Looking at relics, yeah, we're talking about being able to go onto GOG, download your installer for your game, and then you can burn that installer onto like CDs or DVDs or throw it onto a USB or something like that. So even though GOG is digital, you can create a physical media version of whatever games you own on GOG. So, yeah. Yeah, this is hilarious. How you doing, Footlong? Welcome in. Our internet is still going, thankfully. Peculiar incident combining artificial intelligence, anime, and a 15-year-old teenager has caught Japanese authorities off guard. I'm doing well, thanks. Doing well. Yeah, the fact they cancelled 46,812 subscriptions. So funny. So funny. Yeah. Yeah. GOG's very good. Summer Sale Encore 995. Damn it. Got Postal 2, sorry, for $1.45. Postal Classic and Uncut is free. Nice. Blasphemous. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Complete. I love that. I've got that one on GOG. I actually have that on GOG because I could never find a good version of it anywhere else. Yeah, you can get like Cyberpunk, you can get The Witcher 3. You can download the installs for them because I think they say... Where is it? About GOG. Yeah. Building and playing your curated game collection. GOG is a digital distribution platform that puts gamers first and respects their need to own games. A selection of great DRM-free games, from modern hits to all-time classics that you really shouldn't miss. So, yeah. Pretty good. It's pretty good. You'll never see Fortnite or a recent COD on there. Yeah, because they're DRM-free games. What up, Lord? We don't have a Discord, Lord. We don't have a Discord, but we do have a Stoat. We do have a Stoat. Why is Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance still $40? It's an outrageous price for such an old game. I don't know. It must be popular. I agree, it is an outrageous price for such an old game. But... Are you looking at the remake? What happened to the Discord, by the way? I just noticed one day I wasn't there. I've moved away from Discord because I don't like that Discord is so close with companies like Palantir and stuff like that. So... Yeah. And the fact that they want to roll out their ID verification, stuff like that, and send IDs through to third-party companies and things like that. I'm never going to use a service that requires me to give my ID to a third-party service. Unless it's like Twitch or YouTube, and it is for the purpose of me receiving, like, ad revenue. Yeah. That's the only reason. Outside of that, if it's just a company that wants to be like, oh no, we just want to make sure you're you, I'm just going to be like, fuck off. How about that? Wait, what'd I do? Discord wants to roll out. So earlier this year, Discord was going to roll out a ID verification for joining certain channels and viewing certain content and stuff like that on Discord. After the backlash they got, they said, all right, we're going to delay it. We'll roll it out later this year. Okay, and we'll just, like, make sure everyone's aware that it's only for things that are, like, adult content and stuff like that. Like 18-plus servers and things like that. So they're delaying it. And now everyone's like, oh, but they walked that back. They're not doing it anymore. It's like, no. They are still doing it. They're just doing it later this year. And then people are like, oh, but it's only if you want to access, like, 18-plus content. And it's like, for now, it's only if you want to access 18-plus content. But a year or two after they've released it, and everyone's gotten used to it and just accepted it, then they're going to go, oh yeah, we're updating it, so now everyone that has an account needs to provide ID to verify their identity. Because it just streamlines the process. It slowly creeps. It creeps forward bit by bit. They don't do it all at once. Did you hear about the chat control thing? Of what? If it's a Discord thing, then probably not. Yeah, I need to figure out how to get that blue to just be confined to its area here. Which... less than half. Less than half. So, wouldn't this just be... in some way, I think that's okay. I catch my nephew watching 18 plus content on Discord, which is 11. So that they're sick, that's where the parent and guardian needs to get involved. The parent and guardian needs to get involved and be like, no, you're not going to be allowed to use this stuff outside of an open space. You want to access that stuff? The PC is now in the lounge room where everyone can see what you're doing. It's that simple. Give them a mobile phone that doesn't give them access to apps like Discord and stuff. Yeah. Like... It's... yeah, use parental controls. And if people people can't have kids and then go, oh, but it's so difficult to look after them. It's like, yeah, no shit. You had a kid. You signed up for that when you had a kid. Just like if you can't take care of your kid, if you can't monitor them and make sure that they're safe and stuff like that, perhaps you shouldn't be the guardian of that child. You know? Like, if you're not going to do the parenting, you shouldn't be the parent. That's my view of it. That's why I'm never gonna have kids. I'm never gonna have kids because I don't want to deal with that. I'm not gonna have kids and then be like, oh, someone else deal with it. No. That's stupid. We're talking there on Discord. I'd rather see something like kid account setting on Discord with restrictions. No ID shit. Yeah, but like, you can... like, the only issue with that sick is how do you have, like, child-only account settings without a way to prove that, like, someone's not a child. Yeah? Like, I remember when I was growing up, we weren't allowed TVs in the bedroom. We weren't allowed computers in the bedroom. The computers were in the lounge room. That was it. No discussion. I was like, you want to do something on the computer? It's gonna be where everyone can see. So... the account is set as an adult and then set to kids account. How do you prevent them from just changing it back to an adult account? Now every 6-year-old has an iPhone or iPad, totally unrestricted. Yeah. Like, in my opinion, there needs to be, like, something put in place that makes it so someone under the age of 13, for example, is not allowed to have a smart device. Yeah. Password protected. I would have some ideas there. So here's my idea, Sick. Here's my idea. If governments want these companies to do age verification, I would be perfectly fine with the government setting up some service, some API structure that allows a company to request from that government, hey, this person is trying to access age-restricted content. Are they of age? And then the government sends a ping to your mobile device, because every government these days has an app for mobile devices. It sends a ping to that device going, did you request this? You say yes or no. If you say yes, then the government goes, they requested it and they are over 18. Let's tell this company, yes, allow the access. If they say no, or they're not over 18, the government says, don't give them access. Don't tell them why. Just say, don't give them access. Yeah, I would be fine with that, because the government already has your ID. They already have your personal information. They already have all of that information. My issue is with giving all of that information to random third-party companies all over the world. Yeah? Why we're not sitting here making that and selling it to the government? God damn it, Footlong. God damn. So like that would be an approach that I would be perfectly fine with. My whole issue with it is having third-party companies do it, because I don't believe that anyone should be required to give any company their personal information. Like, on the internet, you should not be giving random companies your personal information. That was like the first thing that we were taught in the 90s and early 2000s. Don't give people online your information. But if the governments don't want to do that, if governments don't want to set up a system like that, then they should be putting the onus back on the parents. So, that's it. Anyway, back to this. How do we get this blue? Hiring contractors is pretty casual for any government here. So this here, that blue is seeping over. But if I multiply it by a half, it's still seeping over. But they have to be read in, like, properly. Yeah. Like, there's a difference between a contractor doing work for a government agency and a contract for a random like a contractor for a random company implementing stuff. That's probably as close as I'm gonna get. Bright color. Like, I know how to do that sick. I know how to do that. I'm trying to get it to just be in this corner. Based on the UV. Because if I just do the length of UV, then it infiltrates the green and the red. Yeah. So I need some calculation. Because there's no clamp, I don't think. There might be a clamp in OpenGL. I don't think we'll be able to do that. I think that'll just apply outside of... Yeah, that's applying the blue there and having it go out to every corner. That's closer, but it's still impacting the green and the... So what's the calculation we need to do here? I think you'll eventually add ray tracing. Maybe in like 12 years' time. Yeah, maybe. Unless we do... Because the red is 1. The green is 1. Down there in the bottom left is going to be 0, 0, based on that logic. So if that's 0, 0... having this be the length of UV means that it's gonna be pure blue up in the top right. But that's not the case. It's pure blue down here. We've got red there, green there. Green is the UVY. So that would be 1 to 0. And red is the UVX. So that would be 1, that would be 0. So if I have a length of 0, 0, that should also be 0, 0 for the blue, right? Right? Hmm. I don't get how changing this to be a length of UV when the X and Y is 0, 0 would make it blue. You know what I mean? That makes sense. How you doing, Raid? Because that's now pure blue. Multiply it by a half and then add a half. Wouldn't that just result in the same UV? Actually, no, it wouldn't result in the exact same UV, but it would be a weirdly scaled UV. Yeah. UV equals UV by 0.5 plus 0.5. That would basically take 1 down to 0.5 and then bump it back up to 1. And 0.5 would drop down to 0.25, but then bump up to 0.75. Yeah. That's not going to be correct.
If you Giffeldorp the flank steak, then Zibbity bopping the Ralphie should be splendiferous.
That's true. That is true. You understand it perfectly, Sammy. I don't know. I don't know what the calculation would be. How does a UVX of 0 and a UVY of 0 give blue a length of 1? Because it's the same thing as that, right? No, that's completely different. Very odd. Very odd. I don't think that UV calculation is correct, though. Sick. So, UV being assigned, like doing UV is UV times 0.5F plus 0.5. That there that there is basically going to be, if you have a UV of 0.25, that's going to multiply by 0.5 and add 0.5, which comes out to be 0.125. It comes out to be that. Yeah. It's the fact that being 0, 0 in the bottom left is giving it a value of 1. If I go UVX, then that's red and blue together. Go Y, that's green and blue, because that's 1. That UVY is 1 at the top, and 0 at the bottom. And it's 0 at the left, and 1 at the right. So how does length of UV... Maybe it's got to be length UVXY. Nope. That gives me the exact same thing as if it's just that. It's so confusing. Because, like, to me, this would be 1 in the top right. And it would be 0 in the bottom left. I don't know. That has me so baffled. That doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be. Now, hang on. Let's have a look here. Is there like a normalize? That's distance. That's what I would expect. That's what I would expect. 0011. That's what I would expect. Okay. We got ads. I got no idea what's going on with length. Length has got me confused, and I cannot understand it. Alright, ads. I'll go edge. Yay. That's what it could be. No. Gray. Spelled incorrectly in some areas of the world. You spelled edgy the same way as me. Nice. I'm glad I'm not the only one that spelled it that way. Oh, that's greedy. Oh, damn. Getting the biggie. Well, what do you think of that? Yeah. Grade. Read. Deary. What about Reedy? Well, reedy is a word, apparently. Let's find out. Define reedy. Resembling a reed, especially in being thin or fragile. Having a tone like that of a reed instrument. Sure. Sure thing. Let's go with that. Rant. Burnt. Barn. Tuba. Burn. Ooh. Oops. Bran. All right, very nice. Level 7 on the next ad break. Level 7. I don't know what's going on with that length UV. That's just got me very confused. Like, I guess that would be 0.5 and that would be 0.5. But we want it to be 0. But that's not going to be correct either. I do need this to scale down. So that UV needs to be scaled but that's going to make those two. I know what we can do. Absolute. No, that's not right. We need to flip it. So we have the vector 2 1.0. We're subtracting the UV from it. So that way we're inverting it. But now it's like this. Vec2 1.0f minus UV should be flipping it. No. No, that's... Like, this is just a longer way to write what I already had. This isn't making sense to me. This UV, like this UV here in length, is not making any sense. You know what I'm going to do? That's why. Oh, I got it. It's just the X that we need to be tinkering with here in blue. We don't need to account for the Y. So we need to tweak this so that, because the red's X, let's see. There it is. So now we just need this part here. Okay. I have a feeling this is -5. There. That's what I was after. Oh my god, why was I taking the Y into account in blue? Why was I doing that? Oh, that wasted my time. God damn it. Okay. Okay. We've learned a lot about UV today. Didn't waste your time, you learned. That should have been obvious, though. It should have been obvious, because I was tinkering with this corner, which is the opposite of this corner. So it's just like the X. It's just like the X here needs to be flipped. That's all. That's all I needed to do. Ah, so now blue to green to red to blue. You got orange and yellow there. You've got the pink and purple through there, and you got the teal and aqua through there. Yes, yes, that gives us our nice colored triangle. And then I wonder. Now, obviously, that's not going to be something I can apply to the sphere or anything like that, but it has taught me some stuff to do with the UV shaders. Alright. I like it. Finally figured it out. Finally figured it out. Alright. So now we can move on to the next thing. We can... get rid of that. Get rid of that. Alright, so now what I want to do is I want to apply a material to this sphere and start doing some light math. Like, start doing some light calculation. Because if we go through into here, so we've just tinkered with this. We've just tinkered with this. We've just mimicked this sort of thing, but with the red, like with the triangle being drawn by thingamajig. So yeah, that gives us something drawn by Raylib, and then our shader altering that based on whatever we want it to do. The next thing is going to be lighting. Oh, this is going to be a big piece. This is going to be confusing. We have manipulated colors briefly. Colors. Discuss colors are building scene, upcoming lighting chapters. Colors can take any known color value. Yep. Digital world, we need to map the infinite real color to the limited digital color, which is from 0 to 1 or 0 to 255 in each of the sections. Red, green, blue. Color an object we see in real life is not the color it actually has, but is the color reflected from the object. Correct. A red apple isn't actually a red apple. It is an apple that is everything but red, which is why it reflects the red light back at you. If we would shine a white light on a blue toy, it would absorb all the white colors, subcolors, except the blue color. Since the toy does not absorb the blue color part, it is reflected. This reflected light enters our eye, making it look as if the toy is blue color. Yeah. Technically, it's a bit more complicated, but we'll get to that in PBR chapters. Yep, thank you. These rules of color reflection apply directly in graphics land. When we define a light source in OpenGL, we want to give this light source a color. Okay. Previous paragraph, we had a white color. We'll give the light source white color as well. Okay, yep. So I would need to create a shader that has a position. We're still just dealing with 2D space at the moment. So we'll have a light that has a position that moves around. And that will be a white light, which impacts the triangle. And as the light from the shader moves through the triangle, it gets darker, basically. So this is how you would do it in a 3D situation. You would have to get the GL position based on the projection, the view, and the model. In the upcoming chapters, we'll be creating interesting visuals simulating real-world lighting, making extensive use of colors. Since now we'll be using light sources, we want to display them as visual objects in the scene and add at least one light, add at least one object to simulate the lighting from. Okay. First thing we need is an object to cast the light on, and we'll use the infamous container cube from the previous chapters. Also needing a light object to show where the light source is located in 3D scene. Yep. For simplicity's sake, we'll repeat the light source with a cube as well. So, filling a vertex buffer object. I don't need to worry about that stuff. So, if I actually create because if like we've already got this stuff being drawn out, and I feel like this collision shape stuff up here let me test that. I just want to make sure that this thing falls when we expect it. So I want it to fall from the edge here. Okay. Oh, hang on. So that's the position there. So if I have it set there, and if I give this an angular velocity of -2. God damn it. Where's it going to fall? Because it should only be 10 wide. Oh no, it's 10 in the X. So does that mean that it's moving 10 in both X directions? Or is it just 10 wide? That's part that I don't get, because it just keeps going even after it gets past the edge. Let's see. Let's see. Wait for it to drop. There it goes. Okay, cool. So that is what's happening there. So what's happening with the jolt physics is the shape settings here, this 5, is in each direction on the X. This 1 is in each direction of the X. So if I change that to 0.5, it's 0.5 in each direction of the Y. And we tell we do that. Yeah, cool. Sweet. I like that. So now that we've got that working, I can now start figuring out some lighting stuff. We can probably create another I'm not going to worry about creating an object for the light source, because we're just going to be doing directional lighting to start with. So that drops off the edge there because, yep, perfect. All right. All right, so first thing we need is a vertex shader to draw the container. Vertex positions of the container remain the same, although we won't be needing texture coordinates. So the code should be nothing new. We'll be using a stripped down version of the vertex shade from the last chapter. So we need the model view and projection. Version. Okay, yeah, and then we have the layout. Yep. So we have uniform mat 4 projection, uniform mat 4 view, uniform Mat 4 model. Model view and projection. So now we can do projection. View model, not model view. So we do that. Make sure to update the vertex data and attribute points to match the new vertex shader. Okay. Because we're also going to render a light source cube. We want to generate a new VAO specifically for the light source. Could render the light source with the same VAO. And then do a few light position transformations on the model matrix. But in the upcoming chapters, we'll be changing the vertex data and attribute pointers of the container object quite often. And we don't want these changes to propagate to the light source object. We only care about the cube's vertex positions. Right. Okay, so how do we do this? GLGen vertex arrays. We don't want object color and light color get set, and that's in the fragment. So out vec 4 frag color void main. Yeah. So we have object lighting and color lighting. Uniform vec 4. So this is the thing. I don't want the object color to be part of the light shader. You know? Resulting render code for the light source cube. So this isn't exactly creating a light. That's just doing colors. This is what we're after. Something we can't afford to calculate. Lighting in OpenGL is therefore based on approximations of reality using simplified models that are much easier to process and look relatively similar. Lighting models based on physics of light as we understand it. One of those models is called Phong lighting model, and the major building blocks of Phong lighting model consist of 3 components: ambient, diffuse, and specular. You combine them all together to get that. Okay. Ambient, even when it is dark, there is usually still some light somewhere in the world. So objects are almost never completely dark. To simulate this, we use ambient lighting. Okay. Did you just say Phong? What? What do you want? It has been a very, 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 very long time since I have even heard of the movie A Knight's Tale. But yes, that's what it's called. That's what it's called. Phong lighting model. It's one of your favorite movies. That's unfortunate. Why is that unfortunate? I do not know. Simulates the directional impact a light object has on an object. It's the most visually significant component. Yep. Specular simulates the bright spots of a light that appear on shiny objects. Yep. Okay. It's a fun movie with knights and jousting and rock and roll. Rock and roll? I remember the knights and the jousting. I don't remember rock and roll. Hang on. Is this a... what do you call it? Is it a medieval movie? Is it a medieval movie, or is it like a modern day movie where they're just like dressed up as knights? Yes, with rock and roll. It's a medieval movie with rock and roll. That did Jack Black direct it? That seems weird. Oh. You could change your stars. That's true. That's true. Always change your stars. To create visually interesting scenes, we want to always simulate these 3 lighting components. Start with the simplest one, ambient lighting. It's not come from a single light source, but from many light sources. Okay. Yeah, that's where the A normal comes into it. Okay. You got the fragment position. The light direction is the light position minus the fragment position, normalized. The norm is normal normalized. Okay. Then that stuff is used to calculate the diffuse by using a dot product of the normalized normal and the light direction. And we take the max to make sure it never goes below 0. And then we multiply that diff by the light color to give us the diffuse. Okay. No, but it has Heath Ledger. And Alan Tudyk too. What? Hang on. Alan Tudyk is in this? Oh shit, it has Paul Bettany. Holy shit, isn't it? I mean, Paul Bettany, like, immediately bumps that up a bunch. God damn. I had no idea he was in it. Alright, so we need, this is happening inside the vertex shader, is that right? Since we're not big fans of complicated, expensive algorithms, start by using very simplistic model of global illumination. Okay, but is this... So this is in the fragment. Yep. Okay, so we also need... uniform float, ambient strength. So this would become the light color multiplied by ambient strength. That's the ambient. So if I do that, so that way it always defaults to something. And we have light color default to and the object color we can go we do that. So we now have vec4 ambient, which is ambient strength multiplied by light color. So why do I need a separate variable for the ambient result? Why not just go ambient? Why not just have that? Then go frag color is ambient. We don't have that. All right. If I do Then let's go load shader. This will be resources, shaders, lighting, VS. Lighting FS, fragment shader and vertex shader. And I also need to get this prepared for the normal. So we need something for the projection, the view, and the model. Like, how am I setting those values? All right. So what am I setting those values to? Actually, where is... Hang on. Yeah, these ones here, the projection, the view, and the model. Is that stuff that I need to set? Or does GLSL already have that stuff? Because you can see here how they're setting this up for colors. And they're doing that for the GL position. But where are they setting? Because that's just creating the model. Now A Knight's Tale is playing in my head. I don't know anything from it, so it can't play in my head. Go do a Stoat movie night. I don't know. A Knight's Tale isn't really my movie. I do need to see what I watched. What is it? What's it called? What's it called? The Thing, the movie, the I did watch Dungeons and Dragons thing, like movie, last night. Today, Tonight I'm going to watch the new Frankenstein movie. Like the Frankenstein. This one. Del Toro's Frankenstein. Yeah. Can you see on your UI that I ran the /mod on the chat? No. There's no activity feed or anything. I did see the new Dune 3 trailer, and I am still just as confused about what the hell that is. What do you mean perfect? What do you mean perfect? Did you... What? You're testing something. What are you testing? You're late, gamer. Ooh, could you imagine if you had missed that, gamer? Don't worry about it. No, like, what are you... Cam, you're testing something using my chat and my channel. I'm going to want to know what you're doing. You can't be a mod and go, oh, I'm testing out commands. No, what are you testing? Because if you do something that causes things to go awry, I'm just going to remove mod from you. Like, that's it. But yeah, this is the Frankenstein that I'm going to watch tonight. Demonstrating to Tricky that it doesn't show. Why? Testing if the streamers can see if we type /mod in their channel, but they can't, so... Well, that depends. Did you give mod to anyone, or did you just type /mod with nothing after it? Just /mods, nothing after it. Okay, so you're just listing. Yeah. So if you run a command that lists the number of people, it's not going to display that for everybody. It's just going to show it for the person that runs it. Yeah. Mods just queries the mods in the channel, I think. Yeah. And it's not going to show that to everybody, because that would just create a whole bunch of, like, noise in chat for no reason. Right? I don't know what activity Twitch likes to show to the streamers. It's only if something actually happens. Like, if you give someone mod permissions, or if you ban someone or time someone out or something like that. It's if you do something to a user, or if you change something in the stream, then it will show it. But if you're just viewing information, it's not going to show it, because you're just looking at stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Looking forward to this movie, because this is like a proper Frankenstein movie. And of course it's Del Toro that's doing it. Yeah. Alright. They filmed Frankenstein near to where I used to live, at Gosford House. It's a good spot to put it too. I used to work on the farm for that house. Used to. Did you drink too much? And then I got a new job. Did you get a new job, or did you get a better job? Yeah, so what's this model view and projection that I need to set here? Because nowhere in here is actually setting it. They're creating the model. It's got it right here, like set the model view and projection matrix uniforms. To what? I know about all that stuff. I know about vector multiplication and matrice multiplication and stuff, but what are the matrices that we're assigning to these values? Coordinate systems. Maybe this will have it. What up, Zul? How you doing? France won, by the way. I saw. They won 2-0. Yeah. How much money did you win, Cam? £10. I knew you had money on it. I knew it. Can't wait to hear about the riots in Paris. Wait. There's been a time in the last 2 years where there hasn't been a riot in Paris? What? Why do football dudes riot? I don't get it either. Like, that's the thing. I don't think it's the actual football supporters that riot. I think the football supporters go out and party and they like celebrate in the street, and then other people use that celebration as a cover to start rioting. They use all the people around and stuff as cover for them to start rioting. I think that's what happens. So, very different. Very, very different. Alright, so what we've got, the projection. It's the model view and projection. Hey, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Fantastic. Done. So the view... So if we go... view location. Get shader location for light shader. View. So are we just setting this to be actually I'll do that after. Shader. Oh, it's not a Vec 4. Like, how am I setting a matte? How am I setting it as a matrix? Because nothing here allows me to set a matrix value. Because it's not just a vector 4. It's a vector 4x4. That is a matrix 4 because you've got 4 rows, 4 columns with matrix. Alright. I'm going to give you his words. I'm going to go get myself another coffee. And then, hopefully we can figure out this stuff. Dear. Ooh. Feed. Ooh. Read. No. Read. But dear. Oh, I did door. Whoops. Okay, so F is fake. F is the fake letter, Sammy. F is the fake letter. Defend. Why do you keep using F? There you go. There's the letters that you got to use. I'll BRB while I go get a coffee. I'll just actually make sure. Yeah, I did turn that on. Cool. All right. BRB. The internet's still up. Woot woot. Woot woot. How fantastic. Alright. There we go. Okay. Got my coffee. My num num. Alright, now in Raylib, how do I deal with a shader value? Set shader value matrix. Why? I'm confused as to why that's split out. And texture. When they could have just had that be an increase. Like, they could have just had a, where is it? So, like, set shader value, that uniform type at the end. Why not just add an extra thing to it? What up, Mio? How you doing? It's time to cook. Ooh, what are we cooking? So we got set shader value matrix, be light shader, view location, and a matrix. So you set it to a 1.0 because over here, see how they're just creating the view as a 1.0 matrix 4x4. So I assume I can just do that. I'm gonna cook my own graphics API renderer. Oof. Oof. No thing. Nah. That's insane. If you're able to do that, Mio, are you able to tell me the projection that we're doing here? Is it like it needs to take in? So we've got this here: projection, view, and model. With the view I've just said is 1.0f. There's a matrix 4 of 1.0f. I don't know if that's right. The projection, though. The projection is the interesting one. And the model, to be honest. I assume the model is just like the location of the model. Like its transform. Yeah. Get shader location, light shader, projection. Set shader matrix value, light shader, model lock, and this would be sphere settings. It's not going to be get shape. So we need something. Is it going to be? No. That's no basics at this moment. I'm not finding good resources for that. I'm just going to raw dog it. Fair. That seems like the only real solution. Because we've got position, but there's no basis or anything like that. We would need position, scale, rotation, and shear, I think, creates the transform, but that's only 9 because you've got 3 axis for the position and the scale and the rotation. So that gives us 9. Then we're missing 6 because it's a matrix 4x4. I don't know. We're just going to set this to a projection. Location. For the time being. We're going to default them to 1.0 for the time being. This one here, the projection is taking the perspective, which I assume is the camera perspective. Then you've got the height, the width divided by the height. What you're really doing right now, it's Unreal. Why I need to use this oil for gaming. So I'm learning shaders with the use of Raylib. So I'm getting deeper into shader language, like GLSL stuff. And what we're trying to do now is we're trying to create some sort of light source, some sort of lighting in Raylib, which needs to do shaders. Like, you need shaders to be able to do the lighting and stuff. So basically, if we go into here, if we go into basic lighting, you've got ambient, diffuse, and specular. Ambient is just this, which is the ambient strength multiplied by the object color. That gives you the ambient color. And then the diffuse lighting takes into account, where are we? So you get like the fragment position, which is the model multiplied by the A position, stuff like that. And then you've also got the normal. So you've got the light direction, which is the normalized value of light position minus fragment position. So you need to have the model matrix for. And then down here, the diffuse is calculated using the light color and the light direction and the normalized normal value and stuff like that. And then that gives you combine that with the ambient, and then you get this. Yeah. So you start to get a lighting effect. But I'm not using just straight OpenGL. I'm using Raylib to render, like to create the models and render them. And I need to do some sort of, like, I need to set the matrices and such in order to get the values we need. Okay, so view position. View position is a new thing. View position is not view. Yeah. You should come here more often. This is what we do on Fridays, Mio. So we're doing this on Fridays. Every other day, we are making a game in Godot. So we're using Godot. We're doing stuff at a high level in Godot. We let Godot take care of the complex stuff. And then on Fridays, we use Raylib and OpenGL to do the non-complex stuff. It's Wednesday for me right now. Impossible. It is impossible for it to be Wednesday for you right now. It's Thursday for you right now. This looks familiar. I saw a page like this over 20 years ago, not joking. Yes, you would have, Gamian. You would have. This is the Learn OpenGL. Yes. Do you know how to do this, Gamian? Do you know how to set the projection and the model matrices for a shader? English is not my first language, never really learned days of the week. That's fair. That's fair. So, Thursday is your current day, Wednesday is the day before. And it's Friday for me because I'm Future Man. Yeah. What up, Fear? It's been a while. You're still doing this full time? I am. I am. You know it. Congrats. Thank you. Now, Fear, I never said that I was making any money. Alright? I'm still doing it full time. I'm still burning through all of my savings. Definitely shader code. It is shader code. It is shader code. I never implied otherwise. I know. I just want to make sure that your people are aware. I don't want people being like, oh my god, it's so easy to make money as a streamer. I don't want people to get that miscomprehension thingamajig. We should have made Mecha Chameleon. If I could go back 20 years, I would just make Twitch. I'd make Twitch, but I'd make it better. Let's see. So we've got models here. If we have a model, do we have a model? We have physics. We've got our sphere settings. Ah, I see. I see. I'm gonna take this. Move it up here. And then maybe in here, I can go sphere model, transform. I knew there'd be an easy way to do it. Now we just need to figure out the projection. I have a feeling projection would be something to do with the camera. Because projection is not thingamajig. I think it needs to take into account position and target. Let's see here. Where do we set projection? It was in the other. It was under the coordinate system. That's right. So under here, the projection perspective 45 degree width over height 0.1f. So that's the near, that's the far, that's the position, and that's the rotation. We have It's cold weather. Cold weather always makes my nose runny. It's a nightmare. Oh my god. Going outside when it's cold is a nightmare for the mustache. I tell you what, the condensation from my breath just gets caught all along the mustache. And of course, that moisture causes the wax to just go away because it's wet. It's not solidifying. It doesn't hold. Oh my god, it's a nightmare. I had a computer graphics class at university. We had to write a specular shader in C. My professor wrote 95% of the code to make it easy for students who weren't familiar with that language. Jeepers. Jeepers. So, its first parameter defines the field of view value. Sets how large the view space is. Second value is the aspect ratio, which is calculated by dividing the viewport's width by its height. Third is the third and fourth, the near and far plane of the frostrum. Okay, so I wonder, inside here, you know what I need to do? We need to have a look for... There's a GL. There's GLSL, LLS, and GLSL Analyzer. Autocomplete formatter. I feel like we get that one. How do I select it? Do I have to do Mason install GLSL Analyzer? Yes, that is exactly what I do. It's exactly what I do. I should probably also update everything, shouldn't I? Yeah, we don't care about the .language server. We don't care about that these days. Ah. How do I do that? Twitch tags are stupid. C++ does not equal C++. Does not equal CPP. Yeah. It's very difficult to like get your tags set up correctly because like who's gonna search what? So it's like usually it's ordered by what searched the most, I think. But yeah, it's weird. I too dislike it. I feel like in the background there needs to be a way for people to link like group tags together. Yeah. So how do we create a new matrix? Come on, Raylib. How are we doing that? I want to create a new matrix. So much work going on outside at the moment. You can probably hear the trucks and stuff in the background at times. Because I can't just do matrix. Because you can see how that wants a matrix itself. So if I go UMAT, see how it wants me to define everything? So if I do that, it's gonna not have a problem, apparently. Something tells me that's very much incorrect, though. Because all this is doing is setting... Like, in here, we're just setting view to be a matrix 1. Where was it? That's view pos, not view. Maybe it was in here. View space. View space is thus the space seen from the camera's point of view. This is usually accomplished with a combination of translation and rotations to translate rotate the scene. Yep. These combined transformations are generally stored inside the view matrix that transforms world coordinates to view space. The next chapter will extensively discuss how to create such a view matrix to simulate the camera. So it's in here. So the view requires position, target, and up vector. Okay, so if I have this as camera, no. There's no look at or anything, but we do have camera. We have its position and its target and its up. So we've already set those things. We've already set its position, target, and up, and its field of view. But we don't have this look at function. And I don't think Raylib has a look at or anything like that. So I need to calculate matrix look at. Ooh, get camera matrix. Get camera matrix. There we go, Slady. Alright, now, like, our camera's not moving. Our camera does not move. So we don't need to worry about updating this inside this loop here. For now. It's just a static camera. Now we need to get this projection location. Or we need to calculate the projection matrix. RMathH has matrix look at. I wonder if get camera matrix is just doing that abstraction. Get camera transform matrix, the view matrix. Yeah. Yeah, so get camera matrix is actually giving us the view matrix. So that's abstracting that pain of calculation away from us. And it's probably using the matrix look at stuff under the hood, to be honest. Alright, now we need the projection. And the projection is the radians. Like it's the field of view, the ratio, as well as the near and the far. But how do we calculate that now? Is there something else in here that we could use for that? Oh, there's no projection. Oh, that was good back crack. Good crack at a crack crack. Get world to screen, but that's not what we want. Yeah, we need to figure out how to actually do the calculation. Because this here, this GLM perspective, it's showing us an example usage. but it's not telling us what the actual calculation is. The actual mathematics behind the scene are quite complex, but the matrix essentially transforms all the given coordinates to clip coordinates and transforms the W component of the vectors in such a way that after perspective division is applied, the resulting objects will have perspective. Raylib projection matrix. We've got a Ray math cheat sheet. Which has matrix perspective. Okay, excellent. So we need to include Ray math. And then down here, we can do projection as matrix perspective. That'll be camera field of view. Screen width. Over screen height. And this goes projection. Why is it complaining about screen width? Oh. Does it? Yeah. Because those need to be floats because, yeah. Do you have iPad config for what you use on configs and apps on your PC for development? I don't. I don't have my dot files anywhere. I should get around to doing that. My dot files are pretty simple though. I haven't customized them too much. For example, this here, this Wofi, it's just a little bit of CSS. So I've, like, all of this CSS is default. Except I've just changed, like, the font family, and I've just gone through and changed, like, the border colors and the, like, colors and stuff like that. So I've just gone through here and just changed colors and fonts, basically. Otherwise, it's all standard Wofi. So, yeah, and that's what I've done for everything. Like, everything's basically default, except for some slight color customizations. Alright, so we have all of that set. What we can do is go vertex shader locations, fragment shader locations. We can go int. Actually, I'm not going to worry about those because I've already got them defaulting. But if I just clean it and do a new build, want to use Envim and Tmux more, that's the main reason why I'm... Well, it's one of the reasons why I'm doing Raylib stuff on Fridays, so that I can get more used to NeoVim. But I do use NeoVim for all of my Godot stuff as well. Build main. Okay, so we can see everything else is black except for the ball. Why is it just the ball? If we go set shader value, light shader, object color location, get shader location for light shader, object color, object color location can be gray white. That can be a shader uniform vec4. Ooh, actually, no, it's vec3, isn't it? Can't do that because that's not correct. And I can't just create it in here, being like, I can't do that either. I'll need to go. Why do you need 64 gigabytes of RAM? Why not? Future-proofing my system. It means I don't need to upgrade my system for like another 3-4 years minimum. Yeah. I'm the best. Am I the best, Cam? I don't think I'm the best. I don't think so. I don't think so. Hello, Zero. How you doing? Best damn streamer. I mean, I'll try. I doubt it. I doubt it. I highly, highly doubt it. I am pressing X. See? See? I'm pressing X. I was playing some Dragon Ball Xenoverse. Nice, nice. Getting some relaxing in. I am the best head on Twitch, as you can see. Oh, I have the treadmill coming as well. The treadmill will be here next Wednesday. Yes. And what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to get my VR trackers on my legs as well. So then I can do the treadmill walking, and you'll actually see the legs of my mech walking as well. So yeah, that's gonna be cool. You guessed wrong. So new clue. It's 6 letters. It has one S somewhere in there, and it also contains a V. So it's 6 letters, there's an S somewhere, and there's a V somewhere. That should cut it right down. Oh, that's right, there's a new Humble Bundle too. New Humble Bundle. All of these games have been added. To our list here. So you can win those Steam keys. I've got all of the dates of when the keys need to be redeemed by as well. So Tempest Rising needs to be redeemed by August 3rd. If no one has claimed that key by the start of August, I'm just going to use it. I'm just going to claim it so the key doesn't go to waste. And remove it from the list. Same with like these ones on December 2nd. If no one's redeemed them by December 2nd, I'll just claim them. So, yeah. Get on it. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Tunic is a very fun game. I've played a lot of Tunic. Skelv. What the hell is Skelv? It has to be an English word. Neon White looks like a very fun game as well. I don't know what Sledders is. What the hell is Sledders? Shred your sled in open world back countries. Sledders is a realistic physics-based snowmobile simulator. Maneuver the big open terrain, plow through tons of fresh snow, conquer the mountains, and reach the peak faster than your friends. Interesting. Well, I mean, that game's there if people want to, like, if anyone wins that wants that. So. We need to get rid of that. Vector 3. Color can be gray, white, RGB. We can go color. What do you mean there's no member RGB? God damn it. That's right. And then this to be a reference. So if we do that, then we do this. All right, so that's still white. Saving. That's a good guess. That is a good guess. It isn't the first, like, it's obviously not the word, but damn. You only get 5 guesses a day, too. Like, everyone gets 5 guesses a day. So if you're the first person to throw out 5 guesses, you've just eliminated a bunch of words for other people. You know what I really want to get? What I really want to get is like one of these things. Yeah. Get something like this, throw it on the desk, plug it in, and then like keep my coffee warm. That would be fantastic. Bean juice. A blibble snap. Ah, yes. Yes. The 6-letter word containing a V and an S. Blibble snap. I forgot about that one, to be honest. I completely forgot about that one. Now, if I change this and I go... not set shader value. Well, not yet. Just need to go... Obj color will be dark gray R, dark gray G, dark gray B. Then we do set shader value for light shader, object color location, reference of obj color, and uniform shader uniform vec 3. Then begin shader mode for light shader, and we end shader mode That's interesting. Because the only thing we're applying at the moment is ambient color. And that's because the ambient strength is 0.1 multiplied by the light color. Does this need to be capital F? Is that what it needs to be? Okay, that doesn't matter. Didn't change anything, so that's fine. Alright, so... Oh, that's why. That's why. Okay, this here. I'm going to take this. I'm going to go set shader matrix value to that. And then down here, we need to do similar thing, but we need that cube. So I need to also create that sphere model. We create there. And I'll go vector 3 ground position. Negative 0.5 F, 0.0 F. And model will be ground model, load model from mesh, and we gen mesh cube with a width of 10, a height of 1, and a depth of 10. And down here, we do draw model, ground model, ground position, scale, and the color will be dark gray. And then this here will be the ground model transform. Make. All right. How'd you get the image of face like that? Is that your actual face? It is my actual face. This is my actual face. Yeah. Amazing, I know. Like, very, very schmexily. But I can turn off the projection effect, so there's no scan lines going on. And then, yeah. Thought it was a floating face for a second. Nah, full 3D head. Yeah. All over the place. And now I'm multicolored. Thank you very much, Sammy. Why did that make a noise as well? You should see his mech suit. This is my mech suit, but I don't have the... Like, I'm not hooked up to it, so it doesn't move around. But as you can see, it's also RGBing. Yeah. Okay, so we've now got that doing stuff. We're setting the object color. Now we can start taking into account the diffuse. We can calculate the diffuse now. You made propaganda the first time I was here. I'm still working on the Dr. Roxo mech. We have ads. So, we're restarting words. Come on, y'all. Me and Sammy can't win this ourselves. Recuse. Really Robotnik vibes. It's funny you say that because Dr. Robotnik will be one of the bodies that I create to be used. Gonna be good. But yeah, I figured out what the issue was with the the Dr. Roxo model that we made. When I created it, when I did the sculpting for it, I didn't do the shoulders. I didn't like have a separate mesh to sculpt for the shoulder. So that caused it to be not good topology for that stuff. Ruse. Ow. Viewers. Lovely. Oh, good stretch. Do another one. Do another round. Going to level 2. Big numbers here. Big numbers. Well, let's see what the big word is. I'm going to give you some time to get the big word. Nope. There's only one S in the secret word, Mio. Very sure. Revs. So there's no word that starts with E. It's either R or S. Ruse. And what is this last one? I have no idea. No idea what that last one was. Still, 3 levels. Going up to level 5. Nice. Nice. Okay. That's right, we need the diffuse stuff now. So now that we've got the normal already. We're already assigning the A normal. The diffuse. So we need an in for the normal. That's right. Over here. Need to create an in for normal, which is a vector 3. Is that right? Yes. Yes, it is. These ones here should be vec 3 as well. Yeah, sweet. You fold? That's all good. I'll give another hint tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll give another hint. And I think tomorrow's hint will kind of give it away. So, you've got to be here for the hint. Okay, so now that we have that, Ow. So we've got the normal in. That has a normal out. It's got the frag color out. Got the object color, the light color, and the ambient strength. I'm really bad on those on English. So I don't think being here early is going to make any diff. It will. It will. Because this, like, the hint tomorrow, I've already told you how many letters it is, and what two of the letters are. Tomorrow is going to be a hint about what the word actually is. I really want to guess secret word, but I swore not to. Oh well, it's okay. Darn, that was wrong. Dang it. Dang it. Do you actually know what the word is though, Sammy? Have you figured it out? I mean, it could have been the secret word. We don't know. We don't know. It could have been. I've been avoiding thinking about it because I'd want to guess. You just go into the stoat and you're just like, this is the secret word. And then people guess that word and it's wrong. And you're like, oh, well, thank God I didn't guess it. Woot, Chillabee in the stoat. Woot, woot. Honestly, I'm surprised my internet hasn't gone down yet today. Because yesterday my internet got cut off by the ISP at like 10 minutes past 7 in the morning. And it was down. It was down until like 3 p.m. Oh my God. And not only that, but Telstra. Telstra's the mobile carrier that I'm with for my phone. They have had so many outages over the last 2 days. So not only was my home internet out, but also my mobile phone's internet was out. So I couldn't do shit. What an ugly logo. Yeah, the T, the blue T with the orange circle, yeah. It's a weird ass logo. Yeah. But yeah. I thought it was funny. Went to the grocery store and did some shopping. I've got a roast that I'm cooking up this afternoon. It's like a silver side roast. So that'll be nice. Also, the treadmill that I've got on the way. Where are we? I think it's this one. I think it's this one that I've got on the way. Yeah. Gets up to 12 kilometers an hour. 1 to 12 kilometers an hour. Yep. I can control it using my phone. But it does also come with a remote. So, yeah. Yep. you'll all be able to torture me with constant exercise from next week onwards, which will be interesting because I'm gonna have to get back into the habit of trying to type while on the treadmill, which is something that I was able to do very well, but it's gonna suck. That's right, we've got the frag position that we need as well. Still need the lights position. So we'll have the frag pos first. We'll set that up first. The fragment position is something to do with the model multiplying by the APOS. Yeah, Vec3. Yep. Vec3 model times. Just gonna save myself some effort there. What up, Sprig? How you doing? So if we do that, and then we've got the normal, then we've got that. But what about the light pos? Is that in the vertex? Oh no, we're declaring it in the fragment shader. Okay. Okay. So we have a uniform Vec3 light pos. Light pos location. Get shader location for the light shader. We go light pos. Now I also want to do a vector 3 light position. I want it to be 5, 4, and 3. Then we can do set shader value for the light shader, the light pos location. This will be light pos, and you'll be shader uniform Vec3. That needs to be a reference. Alright. So from that, we now need to calculate the diffuse, which we go light direction is the light pos minus the frag pos, if I'm remembering that right. Normalized light pos. And then we also need the diff. Oh no, we need the normalized norm. What up, Bok? How you doing? And then the diff is the max of the dot product between norm and light direction and 0, 0. All right. Sure, is that? That's a float. Max dot of norm light direction 1.0, no, 0.0. And then we have the Vec3 diffuse. That is the diff multiplied by light color. And the fragment color we're going to go, it's going to be ambient multiplied by diffuse. Is diffuse with 1F or 2? Diffuse is 2Fs. There you go. There you go. Now we multiply that by the object color. And this becomes like so. Okay. Use calculation. Ambient calculation. Oops. Combined light calculation. So not really. What didn't work? It all compiled successfully and loaded successfully. We're setting the object colors. Oh, it's plus, not multiply. Plus. Plus. Oops. Still nothing. I move that further over. Hasn't changed it in any way. light pos object color. This does give me a lot of insight into how all the different bits and pieces work when using materials in Godot as well. Because the light position's not going to change. It's only the model matrix that's changing, and we're getting that from each of these. We're updating the sphere position each time. Oh, hang on. This sphere model transform, that's not taking into account the position of the sphere, is it? The OSP stopped working. That's why stuff was being weird. Alright, so... because we've got the sphere model transform. Because the position of the sphere is changing each time, but the default sphere model transform, doesn't that change based on position? What if we move this to be negative on the Z? Still doesn't change anything. I'm going to draw a cube. Draw model. Actually draw Draw cube. Its position can be light position. Its width can be 0.5f. And we will make it blue. Just so that it's different. Just so it's different and we can spot it. So that there, that blue cube there, that's where the light should be coming from. So if I drop this to -2, drop you to 1, drop you to 4. It's up 1, back 2, and over 4. And if I now move that forward, I'm noticing that the sphere doesn't seem to have anything changing with it. Like, we're not getting the diffuse and stuff like that. Those are the same, so that's model times that, gives us the frag position. Projection view model times that, so that's all good. We're setting the light position. We're getting the normalized normal. We're getting the light direction, which is the normalized value of light position minus fragment position. And we're getting the diffuse value, which is the dot product of norm, light direction, norm, light direction, and 0. That gives us the diff, because it's the max. If that's less than 0, then it sets it to 0. And you have diff times light color. Diff times light color. Light color's 1. I'm going to change this to be notice how that light color doesn't even change the color of our stuff. Why? We have shader mode with the light shader around each of the models that we're drawing. Is it because our model doesn't have a PBR? Like, it doesn't have a material? Dropping stuff now. I wonder if that's what's needed. I go sphere model, materials, 0, shader equals light shader. That's probably going to break. Oh no, there we go. Okay, there we are. There we are. But you'll notice that it's not moving. Ooh. Okay. So they each need an instance of light shader where if I get rid of that, I get rid of that. It's not moving though. Because it's not being updated. So that means I need to have a... Like I can get rid of this. I guess I can leave this as light shader for the time being. Like, draw the model. But it's not taking the model's position. Know what I mean? So we need to do something with the transform to have it take into account the model's position. Because sphere model doesn't have any position value or anything like that. We go sphere settings. We can do that. But the sphere settings are for this stuff, right? It's for the physics. Yeah, the sphere settings is for the physics. So we don't want to do that because that's not for the model. I don't know what to do about that. That's got me stumped. Because I can't just multiply this by sphere position. Like, that's not going to give us a value. Wish I had advice for you. See, Sammy, if you had have done this stuff yesterday when you said you were bored, you could already know how to do it, and then you could tell me how to do it. It is your fault, Sammy. It's all your fault. It's all Sammy's fault. It's all Sammy's fault. Bloody Fartikins. Fartikins ruining everything again. May as well call them Shartikins. Okay, so if I do begin shader mode, and end shader mode, that's not gonna do anything. Yeah, doesn't do shit. That's because it's because of this. It's drawing it in terms of the camera. It's not drawing it in terms of the world position. I wonder if it's to do... No, because we've got the view matrix from camera get matrix. We've got the projection based on the camera's details too. And we're setting the color to be that. We're setting the model based on the sphere model transform. And we're having that sphere draw its position here. So this is for static stuff. Expensive lighting calculations are done less frequently. Resulting color in the vertex shader is the resulting light color. The vertex only. Color values of the surrounding fragments are then the result of interpolated lighting colors. The result was that the lighting was not very realistic and less large amounts of vertices were used. When Phong lighting model is implemented in the vertex shader, it is called ground shading instead of Phong shading. Note that due to the interpolation of lighting looks somewhat off, the Phong shading gives much smoother lighting results. And yeah, I can see that. Yep, I can see it being being a bit better. And that's because it's being done in the fragment, not the vertex. And we can do that these days because that performance cost is negligible these days compared to back in the day when you were trying to run stuff on like 300 megahertz CPU. Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if the next materials, lighting maps, light casters, multiple lights review. What's that A position? If I do set shader value of light shader, location index of 0 being A pos, and then the value being, where are we? The value being sphere position, shader uniform, vec3. Because it needs to reference that. So if I do it that way, did compile them successfully still. I'm updating it each time. Int a pos lock, get shader location, light shader. I don't know if I can set this. I don't know if that's something I can set. It doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like that's something I can set. It also seems like the camera's off. Yeah. Because what is APOS? We look for layouts. No, this is all just functions and stuff. Position variable has attribute position 0. Yeah, so it's specifically setting a pos to have the position of 0, the location of 0. So in here, that would be 0. So setting that to be the position of the sphere. Why do we change it to a vector 4? I got no idea. So we have the light shader being assigned to shader. If I get rid of that, wrap this in begin shader mode, as well as end shader mode. It doesn't do anything, but the model does move. Bounces and stuff, like the model's positioning is changing. But the light is not impacting the model. This is the stuff that doesn't make sense to me. Like, I'm assuming, like, do I need a material? No. Surely I don't. Surely I don't need to set the shader for the sphere to be the light. I'm wondering if this is overriding it. Like, maybe it needs to be like a next pass or something. I don't know. But the color of the light is not impacting this model. And I don't know why. We set object color to be the color of the object. These are being multiplied by the light color. This is being multiplied by the object color. Object color, light color. And light color. I had a problem with Raylib using my own shaders and rendering models. I think that might be what I'm hitting. Because I have a feeling I need to give it a basic material. I need to give the model a basic material, like a PBR. And maybe that will cause it to work. Yeah? That's the only thing I can think of. So if we're creating a material, it requires a material map. No. Segmentation fault. Doesn't work. I remember having to apply my shader to replace the model's shader. So that's what I'm doing. So currently I'll get rid of this. So currently, no shader being applied. You see how the sphere bounces and rolls, right? That's our physics being applied to our sphere. We've got the rigid body calculations going on, and we're updating the position from there. If I now go sphere model, materials 0, shader, and assign that the light shader. So if I do this, because there's no value, I don't think. Yeah, there's no value or anything like that under sphere model. So if I do that, it's going to color the sphere, but the sphere doesn't move anymore. There's no longer any more bounce happening. It's just rendered there in the center of the screen. Even though we are updating sphere position and we're drawing the model with that sphere position, it's not... Like, and if I change this to be red, for example, just to make sure that... Okay, yeah, so you see how that color doesn't matter anymore. So, like, your shader doesn't use model position. It does. Like, so this here, if I move this down into here, you'll see how I'm setting the model to the sphere transform. And I have tried setting a pos. I've tried setting this, which is this here, which is what the projection stuff and the fragment position stuff is calculated using. I've tried setting that as well, doing set shader value light shader, a pos location, reference, sphere position, and shader uniform vec 3. I've done that before, but that didn't do anything previously when I was doing it. I see that does nothing. So for the vertex shader, we've got the projection multiplied by view multiplied by model multiplied by the vertex A position, which its location is 0. It's vector 3. We've got the fragment position, which is the model multiplied by the VA position. And we've got the normal, which is that's just being given a normal. And then underneath the fragment shader, we've got the ambient being the ambient strength multiplied by the light color. The normalized value of the normal. The light direction, which is normalized light position minus fragment position. This fragment position is calculated using the A position. Diffuse value is the dot of normal and light direction, and the diffuse is now diffuse multiplied by light color. And then we add ambient and diffuse and multiply them by object color. We are setting the object color. And you see here, object color is being set based on this value here, which is the same thing we pass in here. And the light color is just that teal. Like if I change this to be green, it's just going to be green. Yeah. So we know that it's running through this, because otherwise this color wouldn't be getting applied to anything at all. But for some reason, for some unknown reason, it doesn't seem to care about our sphere's position. We do have ads coming in, so I'm going to take a pause. I'm going to stop thinking about that. We're going to do we're going to do words. We're going to do words during the ads. That's what we're going to do. Oh. Right there. First word in. You see it? Me too. Me too. I'm not going to go for it because, yeah, there you go. Nicely done, Sammy. Nicely done. I have an unfair advantage with that, so I generally wait until, like, the last 2 or 3 sections. Hint. Ow. Tape. Ooh. What about pant? Pant, as in a single pair of pants. A pant. One leg. Lasai. Ha! Ah, beat you to it. Pain. That's what you've already done that one. Neat. What about ant? Anti, nice. Ah. Get one more in there just for good measure. Alright, level 8. Level 8. Ooh, okay, so one of the letters in tiara is fake. Um, Kurt. Artie. Yeah, the eye is fake. The eye is fake. Well done, Stephen. Actuary. Acty. What about an actor? Cart. Yeah, no, I'm lost. I'm out of words. Ow. Well, at least we got like 2 levels extra. So level 10 on the next ad break. Oh, 3! Level 11 on the next ad break. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Big bucks. Big bucks. Okay, so yeah, for some reason... Right. Good night, Sammy. So we're passing in the model position, but were you passing in the model matrix or forming that in the shader? We're passing in the model matrix too. So we've got shader value here being set to a pos location, and we've got the model location being like the sphere transform being assigned to the model matrix. So yeah. And like the model itself doesn't have a position. model itself doesn't have a position. We have to tell it what position it's being drawn in. So I don't know if this transform needs something done to it to take into account the position or what. But either, like, it just doesn't want to work. I don't know why. Model matrix passed as usually includes multiplication against view projection matrix at some point, either in shader or forming. Yeah, so we do have that. Like in the vector shader, we've got the GL position, which is the projection multiplied by the view multiplied by the model multiplied by the position. Begin model 3D passes in view projection matrix. Wait, begin mode. Begin mode 3D. That automatically passes in a view projection matrix. So I don't need to be setting the view projection matrix to the camera's view matrix. So how does that mean this would be view projection? Well, that doesn't do anything. Now my sphere doesn't render at all. Uniform mat 4 MVP. It doesn't have MVP. It has a mat 4 projection, a mat 4 view projection, and a mat 4 model. So I'm assuming MVP would be all three of them combined. Model view projection. And then I just need to have this be like model view projection multiplied by that. Ah, I see. Interesting. So that there is a difference between. So what if you just wanted the projection? does it still have a projection? And if I remove it from there, and I go begin shader mode, light shader, and end shader mode, does that still work? Okay, so it doesn't work if I do it that way. That would, I guess, begin shader mode is just for like a screen shader, like an effect. Like if you want to change everything to be grayscale, you would do that. And then you would have sphere model, material 0, shader, given light shader. If we put you 3 and 0, and then I draw a sphere at light pos, the radius of 0.5 f, and a color of green. So that gives us our originating light spot, originating light position. Model undeclared. I'll leave that there. Get rid of that. Alright. Model undeclared. Ah, yes, that's right. Because how do we have the frag position? Just so I can get matte view, matte model, and matte normal. Yeah, I'll Hello, Symbol. How you doing? Look at that. Resubbing like a gadunt. Much appreciated. RL default shader. Uniforms. Right, so they have... Okay, so model matrix. So matrix model. Matrix projection, matrix view. Okay. Okay. So we would have matte model. And then this big matte model. Then there we go. Okay. Okay. So that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Right, so what we need to figure out now is the diffuse side of things. Because that light there should have some sort of diffuse, because that's the light position. Gonna make that rate white. Got the diffuse and the ambient. Got the object color being set. Don't need to worry about setting it there over and over again. So we need to go set shader value, light shader, object color location, vector 3, sphere color, going to be 1.0, 1.0, 1.0. This will reference sphere color. And this will be shader uniform vec 3. Make it, rerun it. Okay, there we go. Now we've got some sort of diffuse happening. It's a very odd diffuse. Very odd diffuse. But there is something happening there. I'm pretty sure that's just because we're creating the model. And we're not, like, we're generating the model mesh. We don't actually have a model with a, like, a UV or something to reference. If I move this here, I move that to -4. Yeah, cool. Why does it look like the light is coming from under? Oops. Oops. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Okay, well now it's definitely coming from underneath. Alright, but we do have some sort of extremely basic light working. Let's change you to be 3. I think that'll pull it forward. I think. It still looks... Something funky's going on there. What up, Straw? I'm learning Unity C# tutorial after so long. Nice, nice. You got big plans, I assume? What if we go light offset, 3 up. What if we have that as the light offset? And then instead of this, we go vector 3, light pos. This will still be light pos. And we'll go sphere pos plus light offset. But I want the light to be rotating around it. On the, like, above it. So I want the X and the Z to be changing over time. And I think I can do that with a sine and a cos, maybe? Plus vector 3. Light offset Y. And if we do that as sine light offset X by 0.5 times that. No. Float light time